Hello everyone, welcome to Twitch tonight. Hope everybody is having a great day. It's Friday, it's the start to the weekend, so we're going to play some Mickey, and we're going to try and finish this game tonight, because we're on the final level, and we're going to get there. So here we go. So we're on 6-3 at the moment. Let me remember what's here. Okay. So we're at this screen. Chest down there. There's a chest down directly below as well. There's also a chest down here. Not down there. The next one. And the one that's down below to the right has some sort of that little P bar in it. I'm still not exactly sure what that is, but it has something to do with, I'm assuming, power. Attack power, maybe? I'm not sure. But it's something that we want. I don't necessarily need this one down here. Can I make it over here before that balloon ends? Yep. Should be down over here is the one that I was thinking of. Yep. I just gotta time it right. I gotta be able to fill the balloon up enough to not do that. So you have to fill it up some before you jump off. What's going on back there? You have to fill it up enough that it's gonna lift you up before you fall into the abyss below. But not enough that it's gonna lift you up before you get down there. So that's the tricky part on that there. Last time I just tried to jump down here and push over, I died, but apparently it worked that time. Wow, it's not what I wanted to have happen, but I'm glad I clipped up when I got damaged. That was convenient. Okay, so here's where I have to do a bunch of blind jumps or forward thrusts. Come on, that's bullshit. You sure did, DJ. I played an FTL song. Just for you. And you weren't here. How do you feel about that? Ha! Now you'll never know what the song was. How's it going tonight? Good but tired. I feel that. I'd say pretty much the same as that. Always tired. Because I don't sleep. Don't sleep as much as I should. Off to bed. Oh shit. Why didn't he jump? Pushed right, I pushed jump, and he just didn't fucking go. It's only 5 a.m. Plenty of night left. Yeah, you did. I saw. Is that a bukkake? Probably. It's a Mickey Mouse. Dirty motherfuckers at Disney. What's going on, Dino? And when I saw Calf beat that, DJ, it didn't give me any more motivation to go back to it and try because I just don't give a fuck. It's just not a bad game. I mean, it's just not a good game. It's not fun. There like really are no fun aspects about the game. There are no redeeming qualities to it. It's just not a fun game. It's boring and it's broken. The difficulty of it is not even the factor that I'm like that makes me hate the game. It's just completely fucking broken. Just not a fun game. I don't know where I'm going. I can't see. I guess that's good there. Yeah, it's really super jank. I don't know. Not my jam. I tried. I got the stage 5 boss. How do I fucking get over there? This game was cool until these final 2 stages. And then it got difficult. There's just tons of just jumps that you have to make that you can't see. Can't stay low. You float up. Can't avoid it. Yeah, it's getting a little bit tricky these last 2 stages, DJ. I can't control, like, I can't control his height. You're either increasing the balloon or you let go. If you're holding, you're rising up in the air. Yep. Upwards or upwards. Bukake? Oh yeah, I was throwing some bukake in the face of that mirror. Absolutely. See, I can look down when I'm on a platform. But, I can't do that when I'm floating around, though. Resident chat expert. Who's that? Who's the resident chat expert? I thought that was you, DJ. Yeah, it's a weird one. So like, I can't see anything down here. You just have to sort of do it. And then this one I'm just gonna hope there's a platform that I can land on there. Yep. I know there's one down here below that pillar. Right there. See, how do I see further over there? I can't. I know there's one there. But what's after that? There's that one, and then do I just... See, there's a platform right below me there, but I overshot it. I just have to, like, fire myself across there. Bukake. Bukake. And look at the look on its face when I hit it, too. It's like, eh. Hang on a second. See what the dog's doing back here just a second. Alright, let's try this again. It accepts the role and it enjoys it. Exactly. And it doesn't want the hose again. Okay. I can make it to this one. Or else it gets the hose again. And then this one I just fired myself to the right, I think. Yep. And then this one I think I gotta let myself go up a little longer. Then go. Little man, okay. See, you travel a shorter distance when you do that if you let your helium run out. You see your gas gauge down there. If there's only a little bit left, you only travel a little direction. So I needed to start further to the left like that, and then hover a little bit longer before I try and fire myself to the right over there, I think. Come on, Mickey the Mouse. You can do this. Mickey T. Mouse. I'm getting lots of tries. I mean, that's good, I guess. Damn it. It's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, I just have to hover a little bit longer so that I have less propulsion. So when I run out of the gas, I am landing on that platform, I think. But then what's after that is anyone's guess, because who knows, it's probably water. This is water gauge. That was fucking dumb. Because the bigger your blue balls, the more power they do when you throw them in someone's face. Holding right. Why does that just randomly not work sometimes? I've done it every single time today. Except for there. And then all of a sudden he just decided not to move over into the alcove. Good old spunk bomb. Smells like those spunk trees. You know the ones. You know the spunk trees. Spunky. Spunky Brewster. Timeless 80s show, Spunky Brewster. Oh, Spunky. Alright, where am I going over here? Just across. Land there. I really have to let that gas meter drain. Maybe there's a pillar up at the top that stops me, so I need to go kind of all the way up, almost. Don't fuck up, Mickey. There you go. So the power bars give me extra tries, I guess. After playing this game this entire time, I finally realized that. P-bar, baby. Give me some of that P-bar. Shit. Don't do that, Mickey. Like, I feel like the devs probably were running out of ideas, so they were like, well, we have platforms, and we have all these, we're in this castle with all this empty space. Let's just do a bunch of platforms, but make sure the player can't see the platforms. That'll make it more difficult for the final stage. Let's just make a bunch of blind jumps. People love that. Mickey's so gaseous. Come on, Mickey. You dumb fucking mouse. Got feet the size of a fucking Cadillac and he can't land on a platform. Clowns have smaller feet than him. You dickhead. Come on, Mickey. Don't be a bastard. What's up, James? How you doing? Happy weekend. We made it. So I figured since I played a Plock song for you yesterday, I'd play an FTL song for DJ today. So I did. But he wasn't even here at the beginning of the stream to hear it. That's what I get. Full of food and beer. Nice. What kind of food and what kind of beer? What the hell was that? You were needed somewhere else. I see. I see. Dick Juggernaut. Come on, Mickey. You can do this shit. You're just floating on a balloon. No big deal. This is easy kid stuff. Kids float on balloons. I've seen it in movies. When I said what? Dick Juggernaut? No, I don't know. What did I say? What's up, Iron? How you doing? I don't remember half the shit I say. Sausages and mash. Onion gravy, bottle pepperoni. Damn. It's Friday night and you're going all out. I like it. Beg equals veg. I mean, that makes more sense. What happened outside the stream? What did I miss? I want some tea too. Don't spit out your tea. Twinings is too precious. Alright, DJ. Have yourself a fantastic night. Get yourself some sleep. We'll see you soon. Thanks for stopping by. Not knowing what I said. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see? I didn't even know what I was talking about. Okay, this is the blind jump. Maybe I have to go here. Maybe that's... Oh, that's almost it. That's almost it. It has something to do... Maybe I gotta go, like, far left corner of that pillar. Can't waste that Twinings English breakfast. But it's, you know, probably also a sin that I'm drinking it with no milk in it. Just straight up black tea. Strong enough to take paint off the wall. Ain't nobody got time for milk. Just give me the straight tea. I'm just gonna start chewing on the tea packets. Like giant tobacco snuff packets, but with tea. Get that caffeine directly into my bloodstream. Bloop. Bloop. Okay. Almost did it. I'm almost there. Just gotta wait a little bit longer. Get rid of a little more of that gas, Mickey. Right? Take that, English tea. Pretty sure that's why coffee is so much more popular here. We're just embarrassed about that whole fiasco. We want to admit that we like tea, but we're embarrassed. So we're like, they'll bring up that Boston Tea Party thing again. Let's just pretend we like coffee instead. Pretty sure that's what happened. Just to save face. We don't need your stinking tea. We've got coffee. Alright, big jump. Got it. I need your stinking tea. It's delicious. Even if I don't put milk in it. Too far over. Move 2 pixels to the right. That works. Hell yeah. Okay. Where's the next one? I have no idea. But that's progress of sorts. Did I see anything? No, but I'm gonna assume maybe something's here. Nope, it's the next pillar over. Okay. Okay. I just don't usually buy it. I just don't usually have any kind of like milk or cream in the house. Or sugar or anything. Like, I don't have any honey or sugar or anything in it either. It's just literally straight black tea. It's a simplicity and laziness thing. But then I'll just pretend like it's because I like the flavor of the tea and I don't want to spoil it. So we can go with that. I don't want to mask any of that delicious tea flavor with the milk. I know, I like to disappoint people in the UK with how I drink my tea. Oh man. I hit too high, and I hit that little outcropping thing in the corner. Oh, if you really want to get a Brit going about the tea, I'll say that I put lemon in my twinings. I didn't, but I'll say that and see what it does. Just squeeze all kinds of lemon up in there. Yeah, probably. I drink a cup every day or every other day. I can't really do the Earl Grey. The bergamot in it is really bitter. And I don't enjoy it. It sort of numbs my tongue in a weird way that I don't like. It's a little funky. Only have a couple cups a day? That's about 10. Ask Dino how much coffee he drinks a day. How many cups is in a pot, Dino? And how many pots a day? Eight to 10 cups of coffee a day for you? Or at least a pot in the morning? Nice. I'll be the awakest person ever. Constantly wired and jittery. It's an American thing. People loves the coffee. At least I'm getting a bunch of tries over and over again, so I'm not having to continue or anything. It's just trying to get everything exactly right. And an energy drink, if I've got that. Oh yes, of course, you have to do the energy drink as well. It would not be a typical American day without some energy drink. They make them too easy to drink, the energy drinks these days. There's that fruit punch one, I think it's Rockstar. I haven't had energy drinks in ages, but I think it was the Rockstar one. I had a fruit punch one, and it just tasted like Hawaiian punch. Hawaiian punch that makes your heart explode. That's your go-to one? Okay, yeah. Yeah, the, it's so easy to drink and not think that it's an energy drink, you know? Like, there was another one, I can't remember. I think there was an horchata style one, if I'm remembering correctly. That was kind of good. Empty can next to you. Nice. Okay, so the thing is over there. There we go. Okay. That's what I had in mind, but I just had to... You know, it's like... It's trial and error at this point for this part of the game. Damn it! Fuck you, Mickey! Okay, that's progress, though. I used to drink more energy drinks. Haven't in a while, though. West Coast, Best Coast. She's where? San Francisco? Somewhere in Cali? California love. San Fran, baby. Some of that good from California. Out California way. Downtown smells like piss everywhere. Yeah. It's San Francisco. They kind of have a homeless issue in San Francisco. And by kind of, I mean like a lot. Their homeless issue is very bad. But at least they got boudins. Boudin? I don't know how to say it. But, man, they have delicious chowder in fresh sourdough bread rolls. Mmm, shit's good. Boudin? It's a French word. So probably like boudin. Drank the regulars at student days. One of the rock close went to used to do pictures of Red Bull and vodka. Pictures of Red Bull and vodka. Interesting. Because I know that's a thing. I never really drank much. So Red Bull vodka. But they would just like fill the entire pitcher up with Red Bull with X amount of vodka in there as well. So it was like a pre-mixed drink and then you just poured it. Shit. I messed this one up. Saved it somehow. Man, I thought I was on this one last time. Taste of Red Bull. Red Bull's so weird. It's like it tastes like an alcoholic Smartie or something. And not the good Smarties. Like, not the Canadian Smarties, the American Smarties. Sort of reminds me of like a fermented Smartie. Damn. I guess that'd get you going for the night, right? Alright. Time these jumps. We can do this. I want to get those chests down there underneath. And I believe what I'm going to have to do is... I think there's a ledge above the one that has the 3 chests on it that I have to get up to. But I want to get to the ledge with the chests on it first. Keep it going all night long. Come on, Mickey. We can do this. This is easy, dude. Easy. This is easy. Got that one. Next one we do that to that. Next one I think we just run and jump. Shit. I do want to go down there. Good Mickey. Good Mickey. I did want those. I did want that shit. Okay. Now get up here, Mickey. Is this Final Pete? Alright, alright. Get psyched up here, Mickey. Get psyched up. Here we go. Oh, it's Satanic Pete. I like it. Oh, damn, I don't like that. Couple hits on each, I guess. Michael J. Mouse. Oh shit. Come on, Michael Mouse. Can I hit him at all? Or is it like that last encounter where he was behind the brambles and I just had to keep killing his dudes that he sent out? This game is way better than that Holy Diver shit. There's definitely slowdown as soon as he fires his magic spell and these guys come out. Shit, come on. Get out of there. Mickey the Mouse? I want you to drop some balloons on their heads. Yeah, like that. Oh, okay. So if you pick the right one, you hit Pete, it gets rid of the other ones. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Gonna go back to the back for the AC and probably pass out. She'll talk some more for sure. Hell yeah, dude. Have a good night. I will chat with you tomorrow at some point. Have a good night. Get yourself some sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you soon. I think I'm about to beat this game. No hubris here, but I mean, this has got to be close to endgame, right? This seems endgame-ish. Oh damn, he threw some like Celeste wind at me. Jerk. Look at him Celeste winding me. He doesn't want any of this. Yeah, get some of this mouse. You love it. Come on, get some Mickey. I'm gonna slip him some Mickey. But only in a consensual way. Slip him some Mickey J. Mouse. Damn, how did I miss him? Come on, Petey boy. Something happened. Something's happening. Something's happening. Hell yeah. Level 6 clear. 4 square password. That's a lot of points. Thanks for the GGs. What do we got now? Oh, I found Pluto. Good boy. Pluto. Now we can all finally work on our rehearsal. Man, he doesn't even care that Pluto was dog-napped by Pete. He's just so concerned about that stupid rehearsal. Sorry, I lied because I was envy of everyone enjoying the show. English is not his strong suit. Oh, it's okay, Pete. Why don't you guys join the show as well? So he's just gonna... He's too forgiving. Are you sure? We can come too? I'd be disappointed if you didn't come with us, Pete. Of course, let's dance together. Why, thanks, Mickey. Yeah, let's all dance together. Okay, everyone. Let's work hard and put on a fantastic performance. Yay! The show went on to become a great success. After Pete and the gang joined the cast. Even right now, Mickey Mouse and his friends are waiting for you at the Tokyo Disneyland. Are they? Alright. End game. There we go. GG's, we win. That looks dope. That reminds me of like a Light Bright. Are they gonna spell out Mickey? I bet they are. M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. Or it reminds me of Dino. You know what's up, since you're still here. It reminds me of Ogilvy as a kid. It's a cool little... Is that like Pete's Dragon? Because that's Pete. Hell yeah, man. Ogilvy Light Show. Alright. Have a good night, man. Executive producer, Tokyo Tomita. Producer. Alright, man. Later. Have a good night. There we go. End game of this. Now I need to pick another game. A game that is not called Holy Diver. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's great. Okay. Mickey Mouse. Let me see what else I'm gonna have a couple of ideas. Thinking maybe a TurboGrafx game. Either a TurboGrafx game called Dragon Egg, or a Famicom game called Wagonland. Who's the leader of the band, a friend to you and me? M-I-C-K-E-Y-M-O-U-S-E. Presented by Tomy. The end. We did it! Yay! Alright. I do not know. I have never heard of it. I hope so. Maybe I should play that one then. Let me see. Should I play that one? It's very reminiscent of the Kira Kira Karapi game that I played. It's either built on the same engine or it's inspired by this game. I forget the details, but we'll play it. How does I get that set up though? Let's listen to some more FTL music. Since DJ went to bed. There is one on Super Nintendo as well, yes. So, same series. It's probably the one that you're talking about that Grunt doesn't like. It seems okay. I don't know what his beef with it would be. Do I have a cover art for Wagonland? If he stuck it out a few minutes longer, I would have. He would have heard it. I would have played it for him. Alright, let's see. We got that. Let me try and line this up a little bit real quick. Shit, where'd my game go? Don't do this to me, game. Come back. Whoa. Wrong one. Where the fuck is my game at? There it is. My game window got trapped. There we go. There's the game window. I found it. Pro Strimmer. Problem is that the bosses do the thing where you have to play a minigame instead of fighting them and without knowing Japanese. Yep, I think that's the one. I think this is the one. And this is an English translation, and it quite possibly may be fucked up to the point where you can't really do it because the translation changes the meaning. We'll find out though. Or I could play the maybe I'll do a little bit more research on this one first then. Let me do the other one actually, just in case. Different pictures and things. Because that's how Kira Kira Karapi was, right? Because you had to jump up the stairs and shit with those card games. And so if it's based on that game, it's probably the one that you're thinking of. So let me switch to this dragon game instead. And we'll see how this one is. Hang on. Over here for now. Put that down there. Had to spend 10 hours in the final battle just brute forcing with save states. Lols. Nice. Yeah, I'll just do this one instead then. See how this goes. Come on, I can't get this thing to line up and work right. Don't fill, just fit. Okay, that should be good. Do I have the art for this one? I don't think so. Let me grab that really quick. Good question. Let me see. It is a Japanese game that was there's a ROM hacking translation for it. Let me see. It was for Dragon Egg. I think it was just called Dragon Egg, actually. Yeah, it looks like it was just called Dragon Egg. But it was a Japanese game that was translated. Turbo graphics, cover art. Give me the cover art. This one looks good. Come on, the internet. Okay, put this one in this folder. That should do it. Almost ready. This was a little more obscure, I guess, and didn't see too many cover art images out there. Okay, let's change this to this. Where did it save that to? Come on. Saved it to the wrong folder, but we're good. I know where it's at now. Here we go. There it is. Boom. Should be good to go now. Update this stuff. Okay, get rid of that, get rid of that, that. Cool. Alright, I think we're ready. I think I'm all set up now. But, yeah. Let me, feels lit, man, really quick, and I'll be right back with you. We'll get started with this. Alright. I do enjoy corgi videos. I will check that out later. This is a game that I need to go back and play at some point too. A childhood fave. The old DuckTales. Never played the second one. I did play the first though. Had that one. Alright. Let's see how this one goes. Dragon egg. Here we go. What kind of config do we have? Unpause. Just easy, normal, hard. That's fine. Make sure my controller mapping is okay. Buttons 1 and 3. Cool, cool. Should be good. Dragon Egg. This is Dragon Egg, everyone. Copyright 1991 by NCS. What was that, like 6 stops? Maybe 6 stages in this? I don't know. Oh, you gotta let him get really close to hit him. Okay. Ooh. The controls are very responsive. I like that. Okay. So it looks like she's attacking with a dragon egg. Interesting weapon. Oh. Press down and it drops you off the ledge. Nice. That's easy. Oh shit. My dragon grew. It hatched. That's my dragon fire noise. Pretty great. Hire me for all of your voice acting jobs. I'm building a portfolio right now. That's probably why it hatched. It was getting jostled. What is this store? I've got 12 gold. Attack up. Dragon fire up. Cure. Life. Cure, I'm assuming maybe I can get poisoned or something. And then life is obviously HP. I wonder what the death skull is all about. And then we've got a barrier. I don't have much gold. I'm gonna power up my weapon for now. My dragon fire. Come again. Oh yeah. I like the music. This is like a silly, dumb, cute game. Where'd that other guy go? There he is. I wanted his gold. How much do I have now? 6? Not enough. I'll be back, buddy. What is he, a mole? I think he's a mole. Like a burrowing mole, maybe? A vole with a V? Or with an M? I don't know. Is a vole the same as a mole? Are they related? I don't know what I'm talking about. It was something though. He did look pretty moly to me. Aw, hey. Don't hurt me. I'm gonna go back. Hit up that store again, if I can get back through here. Nope, damn. 11 gold. Are they? Do they jump off cliffs? Oh, those drop. And those drop quick. Damn it. Oh, I lost my dragon pal. Come back, Dragon Pal. Can't believe I lost my Dragon Pal. If they're having hard times in life, that makes sense. What's this guy all about? Why is he trying to shoot me with his fire arrows? That's not nice. Stop it! Oh man. I can't hit him? I need to get that dragon back. This little egg thing is not cool. I don't... Can't jump that high. I think I have to be able to hit it somehow. Oh, I think... Did I hit it? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I was just going in a little too close last time, I guess. There we go. I got the strat. Oh, those fall. Now we know. Oh, not all of them fall. Now we know. Oh, here's another store. Is that a kangaroo, maybe? With like a fancy sweater wrapped around its neck? You know how you do when you like, you want to have that sweater look, but you don't want to wear the sweater, so you just tie it around your neck? And it serves no practical purpose. Let's get some life. Let's power up my punch. Super stylish. Damn it. I was waiting for the fire to go out so I could get in close and hit him, but as soon as it went out, he shot another one. Oh yeah. Oh man. I pushed down, forgetting that down made me go through the platform I'm standing on. What I wanted to do was look down, like in Mickey. I don't think I can make this jump. Is there a run button? I can make that jump. Easy jump. Got him. Oh, cure actually is... Okay, so health was an extra heart upgrade, and then cure is actually filling those hearts up. I see now. I didn't want to exit, I wanted to jump up and go back. What is this? This is an acid trip. Whoa. This seems problematic. Let's one continue. Let's keep count. Oh, I'm down to the damn egg too. I'm never gonna hit him with an egg. He says as he hits him a few times. Hell yeah. Just get behind him and poke him in the butt. That's all. I have a stray mustache hair. trim my mustache. The attack sound is so much like the hit sound from Parodies. This one, or when you actually hit? The doink, 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 doink. This is a very anxious sounding stage. Oh, I don't like those. Damn! Get out of here! What the hell? Jeff Goldblum Flyman. I lost all my health. Wonder how many continues. It sounds like something for sure. I don't like the flying like bug men, but look at that Cyclops ogre thing. The sprites, everything looks really nice. The art in this is really nice. But as far as these enemies are concerned, I don't like them. They're hard to attack. The timing is a bit weird. With their big wings, their hitbox is a little weird. With such a small weapon. I like this so far though. It's cute. The controls handle very well. Very responsive. Liking it so far. Yeah, like, look at that ogre dude. He's awesome. Oh, welcome back, Dragon Friend. Much easier with Dragon Friend. Burn the little dragonfly people. Am I gonna hit my head when I try and jump? Probably. Yep. There we go. That's fine. He's still in his egg. Look at that. I love it. It's just his head popping out of the egg. He's not fully hatched yet. Such an unusual console graphics wise, like every game looks like either an incredible NES game or slightly basic SNES. Yeah, like this I would say is an incredible looking NES game, right? Because it's nothing very fancy, but the sprites are very well done and the color palette is really great. I did that sort of on purpose because I wanted to go get that cure, but that enemy up there did put a kind of a kink in my plans because I didn't mean to do it that way. But that's fine. We're good. And like this music, the vibe of the music of this stage is pretty good. It's very like sort of frantic underground, sort of dungeony, but a little more like energetic and upbeat for a dungeon kind of. I like it. Oh, I can't get up there. Damn it. That's not what I wanted to do, but that's fine. We'll work our way back up. We'll get there. I don't know if you heard, James, but Calf beat Holy Diver tonight. Pretty impressive. It did not make me want to play it again. I wasn't like, oh man, now I have to do it. I was just like, yep, that game's shit. Impressive that he could do that, but that game is shit. Damn. This whole section is just fucking crazy. Yeah, that's what it is, because you have to just absolutely memorize everything and then cross your fingers for good RNG. What do we got here? A boss again? Nope. Not yet. That's good, because I need to find some health. Oh, no shit. Look at that. That's awesome. And look at her little leg. She's like, got her legs sort of tucked up, like she's sort of kneeling on it, on his back. I like that. This game looks great. Got 45 coins next time I find a store. Can I fly at all? No. Because there's a heart container up there, and I missed it. I'm gonna kill myself and see if it takes me back to the beginning. This is a strategic death. Okay, I lost my buddy. But we're gonna get that heart container. And we'll try and level him up again later. This is fine. This is a strat. Got it. I just can't skip a heart container like that once I saw it, because I'm probably gonna need the extra health later. Like right now, as I'm going into this mechanical dragon mouth. Okay, those are our platforms. Oh, shop. Help me, shop. I need it. Wait, did I need health? Okay, so the heart containers are sold out, which means 4 containers, 4 hearts should be the max. But I do need to buy some cure. How much does that give me? 1 heart, maybe? Like, hardly any at all? It's only 3, though, so... What is it, maybe 4 per container? Is that halfway up? Are there 2 more, maybe? Is it filling it up at all? Is cure doing anything? Do I have to use it? Oh, I have to use it from here? Ah. I'm learning. Grab a couple. Maybe 3 more of those for now. See where that takes me. There we go. Now, what do I have left over? 38. A barrier. Punch up. Dragon up. I don't know what that skull is. Let's do 1 up for both of those, and we'll save the rest for now. So my dragon egg attack should be more powerful now. Yeah, like I killed him in 1, right? Yeah, that's nice. How do I get over to get this? Like this? Down? I can't press down on this to go down. Oh, I can right there. This is like a false floor tile up until right there. I can fall through this one if I want, but not right here. Sneaky. 19. If I get one more coin, I should... Oh, I can't go back now. Is this a boss? What the hell is happening? I'm assuming I have to hit the face up there. Yeah. Oh, man. Timing it is weird. Okay. This is weird. Still have my gold, so that's nice. And I have my heart containers. I mean, it's very forgiving. How many continues was that? 2? Was that our second? Because we have to keep track of that to figure out if there are limited continues. So much stuff out there I've never knew existed. For example, the devs that made this also. Gunbar Golf Boys. And how is that one? I almost asked what's that about, but I mean obviously it's about golf. Okay, we got the dragon back. I think I need to upgrade my dragon a little more. Upgrade my dragon all the way, might as well. It has something to do with golf. Okay, that cure's up there. I don't need it right now. I'm full health at the moment. Ah. I was playing a golf game on Virtual Boy the other day. It was interesting. Because I was like, you know, there's only like, I don't know, 27 games or something. So it's very easy to kind of get a feel for games on that system. I found a cheese spot? I did find a cheese spot, nice. It was pretty good. I actually didn't mind the golf game on it, it was pretty cool. I kind of want to play it a little bit more. I want to play Wario Land from that. I'd be interested in playing that. And way to drop the enemy on me. And there's another game, I forget what it's called, but it's sort of like a dungeon crawling kind of adventure game. It looks pretty good. So I might try some of those. I like how it burns a hole in the map. That's neat. Yeah, the Wario is kind of cool. I've never played any of the Wario games except for WarioWare, which doesn't count. What the hell are these things? Did you ever watch Creepshow? Either of the Creepshow movies? Those things remind me of, in one of those movies there was a like a slime blob in the middle of a lake that kept eating people. And this sort of reminds me of that because it reached up and would like grab them. They were on a raft in the middle of the lake and it would like reach up and grab them and eat them. Should enter Ren's golf tournament next time he holds it. I'm not great at those golf games. I have tried the open tournament one. I'm real bad. I'd have to practice a lot, which I guess isn't terrible. Practice makes perfect. Or something. It might be fun though. Yep. Let me get this right. He was involved with both. I think he wrote all the creep show stuff. And he actually he didn't star in them, but he was in both of the first ones. Let me double check. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah, based on Stephen King stories. And that one, it was in Creepshow 2. Yep, the raft, exactly. That's what I'm thinking of. That's the one. Creepshow 1 and Creepshow 2 were both good. They both involved Stephen King, and then I think the third one didn't involve him. I believe. I don't think I've ever seen that one. And then I think there's a show currently. Might have something to do with Greg Nicotero. I think. Might be involved. It's on probably Shudder or something like that. I'd like to get up there. That looks like a store. Can I get up there from dropping down above here? Ted Danson was in one of them. I remember this. I dropped down on the wrong one there. There was a hitchhiker story in one, and the lady was not paying attention, recklessly driving, and hit a hitchhiker, and it kept coming back to try and kill her. He kept saying, "Thanks for the ride, lady." I saw those when I was probably slightly too young to watch those, because a couple of them stick with me. There was a crate one. There was a creature in a crate under the stairwell. Oh, it's down here. Here we go. There we go. What do we got here? Upgrade. Let's see. Cures. Get a couple of those. Upgrade that. See where we're at with health. After I use that. Cool. Let's upgrade my egg one more then. Creepshow 2. They were stylized as comic serials. So the sort of in-between transitional scenes were comic book style. And then they would take you sort of into the comic panels. And the movie would start. I like the way they did it. But if you remember, do you remember the one where the dude found a meteor and he turned into a furry plant man? That was Stephen King. In that was his role in whichever movie that was in. I can't remember which one it is. Come on. Hey, what's going on, hey? How you doing? We beat Mickey Mouse tonight, so we're playing a game for TurboGrafx / PC Engine called Dragon Egg. get that. Come on. I'm misjudging where the apex of that lift is at. Trying to remember what role Stephen King played in the other one, because he was in both of those first two movies. Can't remember though. There we go. Nice. And I never the chemist. Some ear and toothache, and that recommends super strong painkillers. Small, it knocks me out on. Dang. Are you feeling any better? Or is it still pretty painful now that you've woken up? Doesn't sound great. Sorry to hear that, hey? Not too bad. Hopefully it stays not too bad. Man. That just deflated me. Like ear and tooth pain are so bad. Because it just messes with your entire head. Timer jump. There you go. There you go. What are these dragon blocks? So maybe once he turns into a dragon, maybe his projectiles break those blocks, I'm thinking. He thinks out loud for later. Alright, here we go. What's in here? Hope it's not a boss yet, because I only have an egg. Damn. Not fast enough. Damn. Not fast enough. It's so tough with just this egg. In 30-50 minutes for him to get home. Oh, so it's a long weekend. Well, that's nice. Have some extra time to spend together. So that will be nice. Is it death below me if I jump and hit my head? No, but I went down here. Oh, this is quite the maze. Turning out to be quite the maze. Mainly my strat here is go in the doors that are going to help me avoid danger. So like I ran into that room and there were a bunch of enemies. I was like, just go in the door. Go in the door and see what happens. Okay, I went in this one earlier and then I ended up there. What if I go in this one though? Two days off, 7 nights, 2, 6 on, 4. Number sodas, 2.5 or 4.5 sometimes. Ah, well that's nice. Nice to know that you've got long weekend sort of planned into the schedule. Left or right? Let's go left. Oh, I can't duck. I thought I was going to shoot above my head, but I was wrong. And it took me all the way back here, and I got hit there. It's so difficult not to fucking get hit. Oh, is that a store? What do we got? Might as well stock up on some cure. Because I can use 2 of them right now, and then I can save one. See, anytime... Those blue things are just really hard to hit without getting hit. Because you have to jump above them enough to trigger their arm to come out. And then hit them, and then when you hit them, they break into 2 pieces, and you have to avoid their balls. Oh, there's my little friend. Welcome back, little friend. Oh, this is where I went already, right? Can I get up there? I can't get up there. One in that one. Don't drop me right on top of an enemy. That's messed up. What's in this one? Enemy. Right after work, Saturday, Tuesdays. This sounds like a nice plan. Sounds like it should be fun. Go in this one. No, I went up. I want to go back up, I think. So, yeah. That's so cheap. It spawned me into... Oh, there's the exit. Thank goodness. It spawned me into the projectile of that thing. Ooh, is this a boss? If stuff stops breaking, yeah. What the hell? How do I just have to keep hitting the little spermy tail? I'm gonna lose my dragon when I die. Damn it. I mean, that's definitely 3. Continues. How am I gonna do this with the little egg? Pew pew. Come on, pew pew. I don't know. James is in the UK. That's where James is at. I am fucked. That's all I know. James is in the UK, and I'm fucked. Oh, now what? I can't do this with a fucking egg. I need to be given some options for upgrading this weapon, because this is... seems pretty undoable with just this egg. I can't get out of its way. Damn. I can't like charge shot or anything. Yep, there's a rule. One person in chat at a time. Mistimed that. Just gotta take it slow, I guess. Damn, that's wrong timing. I can't get under it. I can't get out of its way. I need the distance of the dragon attack. But I can't upgrade it because I'm stuck in the boss. Man, this is bullshit. Get over him without getting hit. And I can't get under him far enough to hit this stupid thing. How the hell do you do this? Come on. Our sprite is too tall. Keeps getting hit, whether I go over top or underneath. Get out of there, little lady. Get out of there. I got some more hits on it that time at least. Welcome back, James. I hope you didn't get any pee on the washing. That would be unfortunate. Yep, it's one at a time in chat. Them's the rules. Hell yeah, finally. That is so difficult with that egg. Holy hell. Man. That was rough. Oh, you wash your hands? Good. Then you're fine. then it's all good. Thanks for the GGs. Oh, I'm on a river now. This is gonna suck. At least there's not knockback. But I can't like duck down to. I'm also missing shit like that. How do I get that? I guess I don't need the heart container. Can I jump on these things or something? No. Like, how are you supposed to get up there and get that shit? Also, am I not supposed to attack any of these enemies? I'm just supposed to jump over their attacks? That's what it seems like. Just fall off the waterfall? Well, I guess I'm doing this boss with an egg too, because I didn't have any opportunities to upgrade my weapon. Wow. I guess I'm doing the rest of the game with an egg. Keep getting hit by the rocks that bounce up whenever he comes down like that. Doesn't matter. Fuck you. Taste my egg, bitch. What's up, Horza? How are you doing this evening? Good to see you. We're playing some Dragon Egg. TurboGrafx / PC Engine because we finished up Mickey's Great Adventure in Tokyo Disneyland for Super Famicom. I need some heals. Definitely need some heals. 2 more. It's not a school night. I can stream late. He says after streaming until nearly 2 a.m. on a work night last night. Oh. I'm irresponsible. I need to upgrade this and this. We'll see where we go from there. Oh, where'd that guy come from? I guess maybe I could, like, try and kill some of these enemies to get some dragon upgrades. Just a side hustle. Maybe. There we go. See that? Those little blue orbs are what you need to upgrade the dragon. I don't know how many it takes, but I know it does take that. Do I have any more cures? I don't, but I want as many as I can afford. Is the audio in this one okay? Is it quieter than the last game? Turn it up a little bit. I know it's clippy right now, but that's because I'm doing something. Just a sec. Now it shouldn't be clippy again. Had roads last night, so had easier shift. Easier shift is not a bad thing. Turned it up just a little bit, not a ton. Let me know if that's better, if you want it up a little more. Oh damn, I thought that was like a spider at first, but it's a mummy's hands. Doesn't that look like sort of like a spider or something? I don't know. But it's just Brendan Fraser's the mummy throwing rocks at me. Give me all your monies. Give me all your dragon upgrades. I can't get him, I don't think. Come on, hit him. Thank you. Oh, I see. I got the cure, and then I got hit. Stop getting hit! And I'm at this boss screen now. With no life, and still just a fucking egg. Oh, we're playing Snake! It's 1998. On my Nokia brick cell phone. The graphics look better than I remember, though. Hit him. This is doable. It sucks with the egg, but it's doable. It's gonna be doable. We'll get it. It's about timing it and not doing shit like that. I'm mistiming it like crazy, but we're about there, so I think I'm good. Hell yeah. They used to be Virgin trains. What happened? Did they get naughty? They met a nice other train on the wrong side of the tracks. Okay, I gotta jump over these guys and then hit them in the backs. I don't know why that just sounded funny to me, like they used to be Virgin trains. Back in 99, huh? Back in the good old day of trains. How did he shoot backwards? That wasn't right. His projectile went backwards from where he was facing. Sorry, I bumped the mic. I like the way the chain swings. That's really cool. I'm mesmerized by this. Look at that. That's really cool. I love that animation. Those are so dope. Yeah, I like that. I've never seen chains quite like that before. Welcome back, Dragon Friend. Good to see you. Oh, damn. Don't touch those. Oh, here's a skull. What does this do? Is that just a... is that a one-up, maybe? Oh, those explode before I get to them. Okay, that's the strat with those. Damn it. Lost my dragon friend. I need to find a shoppy. Ye old shoppy. Is one of these a shop? And I'm just not pressing up on them? Hidden in plain sight? No. Look like metal chimps. They definitely don't look normal. They look a little weird. See how he tossed his projectile behind him on that again? I don't get it. Rude. Like that. Damn you, guy. And hover bike riders from Star Wars. They look bloated. Like, they look like maybe they were those hover bike riders. And they like ran into a tree and got smashed up a little bit. And their armor got flattened. Take that. Come on, dragon friend. We can do this. We're dragon friends. Damn. Too close. So it's when I hit him right before he fires, or as he's firing, something like that, he'll throw the projectile backwards. I could really use some health. That drops when I jump. Don't jump. Any wall meats? Give me the wall meats. Oh, that guy. How many hits does he take? I really need to find a store. What's up, kitty? I either have a grass kitty at my feet or I have a rodent infestation issue. Like a giant ass rodent. I will take your coins. I'll take all your coins. Capybara. It could be. A capybara practicing capoeira. Now that would be a sight to see. He shoots fast. Fuck him, I'm just gonna leave. Screw you guys, I'm going home. The music is still good. I wonder if he's gonna have a decent health drop or something. Is it worth killing him? Just a coin. Whatever. In the Copacabana. In the Copacabana. Cure me. What is that? That looks scary. Did I go in its mouth? What just happened? Wait, is this final boss? And I'm trying to fight it with an egg? It's gotta be final boss, right? Because I've got all those crystals up there. How do I hit him? Hit him in the head, maybe? I think that was a hit. But then I have to avoid his balls. His balls are problematic. That was a good. That was okay. I can't get to him from here. Because I have to jump into him to get up there. Damn. That's like the worst spot for him to spawn there. Right in the middle. Because he can't even attempt to avoid these balls from there. Avoid the balls. Nope. I don't care. I don't care if he is sensitive about his sensitive balls. Whether his balls are sensitive or if he's sensitive about his balls. Or he's sensitive about how sensitive his balls are. He should stop throwing his balls around and trying to hit me with them. Not into it. And it's so hard to avoid this dude's fucking balls. Get your balls out of my face. I don't want them. Never know where they've been. That's true. Maybe they're massive and he's been dragging them on the ground. Never know where they've been. Yeah. So hard to judge that. Or I could just stand right next to it and like just get hit by them all. It's a good question. Are you going to attempt to eat them? I would think it would have to apply if yes. Otherwise, I don't think it matters. There's gotta be a place where I don't get hit. Like, where's the right angle? I gotta find the right angle of the dangle. Not there. Is the angle of the dangle? Shit, this one's gonna be difficult. Oh, phase 2? Damn. All with a stupid egg. Don't jump into that, motherfucker. Damn it. I would consider grapes balls. They're definitely ball-like. Oranges are also ball-like. Grapefruits are very ball-like. Big old balls. This sucks. Okay. I'm gonna need to take a break real quick. Gather my thoughts. Have myself a little bathroom break. And gather my thoughts. Feels lit, man. I'm not gonna leave you with this anxiety music, though. Let's play something else. Let's see. Alright, I will be back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if we can get this done. See you soon. Feels lit, man. Oh shit. Don't unpause it. Wait, where's the boss? Oh, I had it paused, but it still plays the game music. Interesting. It's all about finding the right timing for this shit. Damn it. I have successfully avoided them only to get hit in the head by the one from up above. Like that. Fuck, it did it again. This is not going well. Just kill me, dude. Thank you for the welcome back. If he's there, I get hit if I stand here. If he's there, I don't get hit if I stand there. Okay, so if he's bottom left, I can stand right there. If he's center, I get hit if I'm standing at the bottom. Seems like Unlimited continues anyway, so I mean we'll get him. Just trying to find kind of the pattern of where his balls fly. See, I almost avoided them all except for that last one on that. Because the one from the top comes down and it gets me every time. This is crazy. Just kill me, dude. You just start over and try again. Okay, he hits me on the first one. Not the other ones there. Okay, got that pattern. That's on it. Damn. Almost. Man, the problem is like once he gets to phase 2, if I even get there, I've got like I've got one hit left. Half a heart, you know? So it's like, how do I even fucking do that? Maybe I'll start from this side just for fun. Didn't really help anything, still got hit. Damn it. There's like no way to avoid them. Even that one, I tried not to even jump away that time. And the one from up top came down and hit me still anyway. Cheat. Damn it, like that one. Just comes out of nowhere. This is fucking annoying. No fucking upgrades. And I avoided all of them, and then more came out of him after he regenerated. Why the fuck did it do that? This is so stupid. No good spot for that when he goes in the middle. Damn it. Why do they shoot out after he forms sometimes? So fucking annoying. Not a good one. Can't avoid them here. Just fucking kill me. Fucking hit him! Nope. Just kill me. I'm not starting that way. Fuck this bullshit. Why will it not fucking hit him sometimes? The hitbox is so stupid. It's like the left half of his face on Tuesdays after midnight. That's his hitbox. Still don't know why that one circles around weird. It's frustrating. I also can't do this music anymore, I don't think. It's too much right now. Hang on. It's too in my face. Get out of my face, game music. Do that. Yeah, the game is paused currently. Just a moment. I just can't handle that music anymore because it's intense and trying to murder me, and I don't like it. The worst is whenever, like, after the fact, he sends more projectiles out and they hit you. Because it's like, dude, no, you were already done. I gotta jump above that. I can do it. I have to time it right. I started on the wrong side that time from what I'm used to, and so that threw me off. Damn it. Shit. I have to time those jumps better. It was like crazy anxiety music. It was like the music was trying to murder me. And I'm all about ambiance, but like it was a little excessive. Man, these placements where he's generating are not great right now. This is some lunar pool from NES. Should play that sometime. That was a fun game. Sort of like mini golf with like moon physics, sort of ish. It's hard to explain, but it was lunar pool. I got time how to do this. I mean, I'm making progress, for sure. It's not like tons of great progress. And I'm still getting hit in this phase. I still can't predict this. This is still stupid. Can't get the timing right on that. DJ's missing out tonight because I found some like lo-fi slow jams from FTL. Pretty sure that's what this is from. And it's not the same one that I played during the intro. I found like 3 or 4 different FTL songs that sounded pretty good. I put a few of them into like a chill music kind of folder. That's smart. Smart business plan. And if you guys move over here and do it, I'm a licensed Dudist priest, and so I can just do the actual officiating. It'll be good. The timing on this is stupid. Man, it's dumb. Damn it. Chalk's name is Sarah. Now we know. Doxed. Okay, that's a bad one. Damn it. Yeah, we'll do the whole cycle. The whole circle of life. Of relationships. Oh, we can get a relationship counselor as well. So we can try and save it, but then if it's not salvageable, we've got the attorney on staff as well. Weddings can get stupid expensive. It's crazy. But the actual price to get married is usually fairly cheap. Divorce is usually way more expensive. And time consuming. Damn it. I hate this boss. All I do is get fucking hit. Get him! Fucker! Come on. Get over there, get over there, get over there. Okay, good. Damn it. Get him. Damn it, he was right in the center. I thought he was going second phase. Now he is. I need to jump faster there. See, I have to avoid the fireball up there and then the laser. The laser is the bigger problem. I can be below him to hit him, but then like the timing is off. I don't know, it's weird. So stupid, I keep getting hit by these ones coming off the screen. This is crazy. All with this stupid egg. Because my dragon's too shy to come out and play. Damn it. Hit the motherfucker. Fucking did it again. That is a terrible placement. I only got hit like 4 fucking times on that one. Damn it. Right in the center is just the absolute worst. Come on. Damn it. Just makes it harder by not fucking hitting him over there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about stuff like that, hey, because, like, I don't really think it's their business in the first place. Like, what your personal life is all about. Just work in general. Like, my employer doesn't need to know what my personal business is all about. And it's a piece of paper when it comes down to it. It's the government saying that you're allowed to be with the person. So I'm like, in my mind, it doesn't even really matter. It's the relationship itself. So the status itself is like, wife, girlfriend, partner, whatever. It's all the same. I think it only costs about $100 or so to get a marriage license when I got married, and to get divorced it was like closer to 1,000 or something. It's crazy. Make it more expensive and harder to get married so that you don't have to make it harder to get divorced. It's really stupid. Traffic sucks. Perfect reason to use the train. These fireball rings suck too. Man, these are stupid. Yeah, they're really stupid. Don't really appreciate it. And of course I get hit by the one coming from the ceiling. So dumb. I hate this so much. This is like, the patterns are just so stupid. They don't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. How do you do this? It's really dumb. I just get hit every single fucking cycle. Every time. See, like that time I got hit in the back as it was coming back on the screen after he already respawned and I already hit him. How is that fucking fair? Such bullshit. This is really fucking stupid. Just die already. Nope, not a good start. See, like, that one went through him to hit me. And that one just hit me in the back. Nope, just kill me. I'm done. Die. Fucking kill me. I'm right here, motherfucker. shit. Get it. That's a bad one. I don't know how I avoided that. This is going to be terrible. Horrible placement. I was doing so well, and now I have no health left. Did I get him? Did I get him? I gotta turn the music back on. Game audio. With half a health left. Holy hell, I think I got him. Hell yeah. Alright. Man, that was a bitch. Those fireballs were crazy. Fat lot of good you did, dragon. Stayed in your shell the whole time. Get out of here. Let's go. Burn the whole map. Oh wait, is there another final destination up there? It looked like endgame, but it looked like there was a... Yeah, okay. It looked like there was one spot at the top of the map that hadn't been burnt out yet. Hell yeah. Finish some Mickey tonight. Finish Dragon Egg tonight. Not too shabby. Do I want to start something else here tonight? Or... No, we're going on midnight. Well... It's Friday, and I took a nap. I don't know if it's the end yet. Let me see. Anything else I want to play, maybe? I like the gems on this. Kai Prune's Dorabochan. What is that about? And what is that on? You know what I'll do? I'm gonna play some random Virtual Boy. We can try that golf game. Ooh, that's gonna lag my stump. Be ready for a clip a little bit. Hang tight with me. Just it's PC Engine also. Fell down a very weird Wikipedia rabbit hole earlier. You should put that in the Discord so I can remember that. I want to look at that now. was the other one? Wario Land. I like the PC Engine games. I never really had much experience with them. Someone compared it to another golf game on PC Engine called Next at Open. Had a sequel and now it's called Super Next at Open, which this time features characters from a previous PC Engine game called Makai Prince Torabochan. Basically like a Kid Dracula kind of guy who a bit like Andy. Oh man, now I need to find that game. Makai Prince Torabochan. Okay. Oh, here's the backstory. Once upon a time, the land was full of dragons. People lived peacefully under the protection of a great dragon. According to legend, the Dragon Master tamed the great dragon. Together they defeated evil and united the kingdom of Konigst. The country flourished under their guidance. Good for them. Oh shit, something's happening. But chaos soon returned. It infected the world, and dragons became extinct. The era of peace came to an end. You are the last descendant of the Dragon Master. I've been protecting the last dragon egg my whole life. Is that Master Roshi? Legend has it that only the Dragon Master can make it hatch. That's why I'm giving it to you. Nani? Me? A Dragon Master? I will lend you my goggles. Go, Iran, and save Konigst. May the great dragon bless you. Oh, I saved whatever that land's name is. Okay, I can do this. So that's that game. That's the Dragon Egg. Let me see. Let me try this Virtual Boy Golf. Just for funsies. Nintendo. Here, check this shit out. Just a second. Oh, sorry, I'm laughing at something here. Just a second. Alright, let me switch to this really quick. Let's call this Virtual Boy Golf. What is this even called? Just golf on Virtual Boy. Just golf. Is golf. Trying to find it in the little list of games on Twitch here, because I can't type in like golf Virtual Boy. because that doesn't come up. It's just called golf. It's probably at the very bottom of the list because whoever played golf on Virtual Boy. Whatever, I'm gonna use the incorrect one because I like the cover. So we're gonna use this. We're gonna say this is on the Virtual Boy. Add some tags. Virtual Boy. Golf. And probably Wario Land. Virtual Boy. Yeah. Done. That's updated. Let me grab this. Change it to this. Oh yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it? Isn't that beautiful? That red and black Virtual Boy. Oh, I love it. So good. Okay, the size on this is gonna be weird. Let me figure this out. I'm gonna change it to black and white. I just did that for giggles. Because it was funny to me. Virtual Boy, nothing in there. Let me grab this. Save this as golf. Put that in here. Where'd you go? There. Okay. Shoot. I don't have any music going on. I'll go back to some music here for a minute while I set this up. Try this one. Damn it. Come back here, game window. Don't you do this to me. I'm trying to make the game window bigger because it's a different aspect ratio. There we go. Okay, I think we're good. Cool. And then I should be able to change this back now. Hell yeah, it is. Just some feet and a golf club. Here, let me change this out of gross mode. Let's just go black and white. It's easiest. Do have some 3D modes though, so if you got some red blue 3D glasses, you can try try those. That golf ball might pop right out at you right now. And a bunch of other varying styles like red cyan, red electric cyan, red green, red magenta, or yellow blue. There's also a magenta black 2D, but we're going to use black and white. Classic, clean, traditional. Make sure everything is good to go. Go back here. Everything looks good there. Do you really? I will pull it back up in that mode to see if it works for you if you do. So I couldn't find the right golf game in the game categories on Twitch, so I just chose the NES one for the cover art there. Okay. Give me a sec. Let me do this. There you go. Oh man, this is wonky on my eyes. I tell you what. Let's stroke some play. Does it? You seriously have some? That's awesome. Is the name just popping right out at you? Oh, hang on. This is where it gets good. I'm going to leave it in 3D for a few minutes just to see how it looks for you in these different areas, right? Let's see. Average, par, or better. I don't know. Let's just start. I don't know what I'm doing. Direction. Club. Direction. Got some crazy wind. Got 1,111 mile per hour wind. Is hovering above the background nicely. Is it? I'm curious what it's going to look like when I hit this ball. So we got strong wind pushing to the right. So I'm going to move to the left here a little bit. And we're going to select a club. I need my 1 wood. That's fine. Oh, I can choose my stance too. I can try and curve that sucker. If that's the case, maybe I stand like that. And I go back to my direction. Okay, hang tight with me, and then I want to see what it looks like whenever we hit the ball. Oh, damn. That was weird. I hate the trees. Is it like you were there? Like on 3DS, the screen is kind of window looking onto a course. Right. We'll try one more hit with this 3D mode, and then we'll go back to black and white. Probably need... Yeah, an iron will work out of there, probably. But I want to go back, and I want to choose my direction. Now I want to choose my stance. Yep, now my shot. Oh yeah. Alright, I'm going back to black and white mode. There we go. Whoa, I can see again. Alright. How was that? How was 3D mode Virtual Boy Golf? Alright, direction. The wind's still pushing me to the right, so I'm probably going to hit to the left a little bit. Pitching wedge is fine. Stance, a little that way. Oh wait, what was my distance? 77 yards, and my pitching wedge gets me what? 110. Yeah, it takes me 110, so I need to go about 3/4. That was an experience. I'm glad. I do it for chat. Glad I could bring you that 3D experience. I keep messing up that golf ball view. The emulator or crappy glasses, but some bits were better than others. It was probably the emulator. It was probably the game itself, I would imagine, because some of the red and blue, because it's obviously, you know, doubled. Some of the red and blue for some of the items, the golf ball, for example, were really far apart. It seemed like maybe they were too far apart. What am I using here? Pitching wedge still? Sure, why not? Let's do this. Other times there was too much distance between the red and blue. Yep, that's what I was noticing. Some of the areas were just really wide in between items. Nice. Maybe there was like a depth of field thing with the visor of the and the angle of the two screens in the Virtual Boy that made them need to make more distance at certain points and less distance at some. All this is fine. I just needed to not screw this part up. That wind took me. Took me far. Am I putting now? Wait, we're braking to the left, right? $69 feet. Nice. Too short. Story of my life. Just tap it in. Hell yeah. New record. My long putt has been improved to 13 feet. Man, that was a terrible hole, right? Par 4, and what I put it in at? 7. I gotta try that again. Oh, we've got wind going in the other direction this time. Not by much, only 2 miles an hour. Damn. I always fuck up that golf ball view. And that's for like the hook and slice. Oh, B. Wait, I've got an emote for that. There it is. Wait, do I have another one for that? Nope. I was trying to see if Ren had one. But Grunt's got me covered with the toad. Alright, let's try this again. Not bad. Alright. That one was better. Right down the fairway. $120 yards. 112 away. mean, the pitching wedge could maybe get me close, and I could just full power that sucker. Get me there, dude. Not bad. Looks like a moldy chili pepper. Huh. It does. Huh. Gross. I could go for some jalapeno poppers right now, though. That sounds good. That green sucks. Look at that. I'm not even on the green, am I? I don't want to use a sand wedge from there. I'd rather use a pitching wedge. Makes a little more sense to me. Get up there. Slow down, slow down. Nice. Now just tap in. Tap it in. Double bogey, huh? 6. Well, I saved the stroke. Let's try another course. Got some strong wind going to the left there. This one also looks like a moldy chili pepper, but the mold is in different places. Get down that fairway. Nice. Yeah, you know, it's like they're forward thinking, and you can't fault them for that. And what's funny about these games is when you start any of them, there's a warning message telling you not to play too long. And every one of them has a setting. It asks if you want to put on an auto break timer. And it's like between 15 and 20 minutes or so, it'll like pause the game or something and tell you to take a break, is what they did in the actual games back then. Because they knew it fucked with people's eyes, and so they were like, nah, you have to stop. But I think in this black and white mode it's not too bad. I don't know that breaks are necessary. It looks like a normal 2D game trying to be a 3D game. But what I got sidetracked there, but they were forward thinking with it, right? Because everybody's going into metaverse shit. Everybody is into the like the Oculus and the VR headsets and stuff. So they're forward thinking with it. The market wasn't ready, and the setup just wasn't quite right. And it probably cost a ton. I can't remember. 85. Yeah. Need a little bit more development. 19. Nice little layup there. Now just tap it in. Why have I... No, I'm not going to use a pitching wedge. Use a fucking putter, dummy. I know it's like on the rough right next to the green, but come on. Just use the fucking putter. 18 feet. I need to change the direction a little bit. The direction looks a little wonky. $18 feet. Hit a little hard because we're hitting from the rough. Oh, hit the pin. Six feet. Tap her in. Got a bogey. Hey, I got a double bogey on the first one. I'm down to a bogey on that one. Things are looking up. We're playing golf. Hell yeah. Strong wind to the left. Let's shoot there. Are they? I can't hear them too much. Does it need to go up, by the way? Turn it up just a touch. It sounds a little bit like a bad speaker, a little fuzzy, but otherwise good. Does it sound a little like that? A little fuzzy, like analog stereo sound? I fucking sliced that again. And in the absolute worst direction for that. I'm gonna hit that tree. Whatever. We're gonna give it a shot. Oh, I got around the tree. Not bad. Is this a bunker though? I can't tell. Does it tell me? Yeah, bunker. Okay, they're right in the top center. Yeah, so I need my sand wedge. And then just smack the crap out of the ball. Get up out of that sand. Yep, that's fine. We got out of the sand. That's all we needed. 110 pitching wedge from there, 68 away. Okay. Let's curve it a little bit. 68, we'll say about there. Get there, baby. Slow down. Slow down. All right. $25 feet for par. Damn. My aim was off. I could have parred that sucker up. $13. Not enough. Damn it. Tap it in. That was embarrassing. I went from potential par to double bogey. Whatever. We're just gonna play on. I'm having fun. I don't care about how well I do. I'm not too concerned about it. I'm just playing some golf. That's some strong wind coming right at me. Get there. Cut through that wind. Stay out of that rough. Nice. Should be fairway, right? Yep. $110. I'm 99 away. That'll work. That wind is taking it. Man, I tried to correct for the wind by curving it to the right a touch, but not enough. That wind is strong. Get there. Slow down. Have a rival golf tournament to rinse. Right? Everybody come play. Virtual Boy Golf. Everybody is required to wear 3D glasses and use 3D mode. That's the stipulation. 23. Dang, right off the lip. Nice. Okay. Well, got a bogey. Strong wind to the right, sort of straight wind to the right, so I want to overcompensate a little bit. I go in this direction, I think. Wait, was that? What was my total distance? 189. So I just have to basically smack at full power. But I want to back off it a little bit, probably, because the wind is pushing forward as well as to the right. All the menu options swoosh around for me to see. Yep, exactly. I bet those looked amazing with the 3D glasses on. Get there. Not bad. Stop. Stop! Landed on a hill. It rolled all the way down. Was I in a bunker? I am, so I need the sand wedge. 25. Give me about that much. Get up out of there. With the 3D glasses on, those are probably the best. They are popping out at you. They're right, probably in the exactly right spot on the screen to come together just perfectly. It's Friday night, and I'm playing Virtual Boy Golf. Yep. Hey, I got par. Hell yeah, we're doing better. Look at that. Par 3. Par or better average. Oh, I'm 100% par or better. Hole 5. No big deal. What do we got here? Another moldy chili pepper. Strong wind straight at us. One wood's taking us 270, so we'll do that. Hooked a little bit. Right? $100 to 110, that should work. Compensate for the wind a little bit. And then I sliced it right into the wind. So that doesn't help. See it just stick in the sand there? Right in the bunker. Stuck it right in the bunker. Get up out of there. Shrapnel 21. How are you doing tonight, man? or rather this morning. You're at like 8 or 9 a.m. probably. Has it been 4 hours already? It sure has. I finished up Mickey Mouse and His Great Adventure in Tokyo Disneyland tonight. We got that one taken care of. And then we went through and we beat Dragon's Egg on TurboGrafx PC Engine. And now we're just screwing around with some Virtual Boy. Just because I wasn't ready to end quite yet. So we're playing some golf. And James had some 3D glasses. So at one point we were running in red-blue 3D mode so that the menus could pop out for him. Whoa! But then we went back to black and white so that others can enjoy the game as well. Woke up at 5. Couldn't catch sleep anymore. Got up 30 minutes ago at last. Headache killed me. All is well in Shrapnel Land. Damn, dude. You got some painkillers to help take care of that? It doesn't sound great. I think I'm rolling to the right a little bit there, so let's try to the left a touch. Not enough. Too much to the left. Too much to the left. That's fine, just tap it in. 7 feet, tap that sucker in. Boop. Might just keep it and wait. Hope it clears up a little bit. Drink a lot of water. Does that ever help? Sort of help get the blood flowing and whatnot. Is this a par 3? This looks short. Yeah. 141. So don't go full hog on the bad boy. Yeah, it seems pretty good. This was so I made a little little folder in OpenEmu for Virtual Boy games to try because there was like what 27 games or something. So I grabbed a set of it, and this one kind of caught my eye. I wouldn't say I'm terribly into golf games, but something about it was just kind of neat looking. Get down there, come on. Oh, right in the bunker. That's fine, we're close. Completing games like a serious professional pro. Thanks, dude. So yeah, we beat that dragon. The Dragon Egg one was good. It was, I think 6 stages. And then we got to the final boss. And it had unlimited continue, so that was good. And it kept, every time I would die, I would start back at the final boss. But every time you die, you lose your weapon upgrade. So you start back with just the basic egg. So you're just wailing on the final boss with this dragon egg, instead of having a fully hatched and formed dragon blowing fire at him. So I took the long route. It was frustrating, but I finally got it. We finally kicked his ass, just smacking him in the head with an egg. And then it turns out good. Yeah, I liked it. $19. Get up there. Alright, that's not bad. Not a bad approach. Might be close enough I don't need to aim really. Nice. That's a par. I'm just screwing around with the golf right now. I will probably try in a few minutes. I'll probably try some Wario Land for a little bit. The little cup sound is great. Yeah, when it drops in. Yeah. $3.99. This will give you $2.70. Full hog it. There was a. I can never find it. It's just from my childhood. One of my dad's good friends, he played football. I will say football, because I'm speaking to people in the UK. They played football together for tons of years, good friends, and he used to. We would go over to his place sometimes, and he used to have a golf game. I can't remember if it was on DOS or early Windows, but I just remember it had a golfer that wore yellow pants, and I just remember he was the banana pants golfer. And it was a fun golf game, but I can never remember what it was. It had the banana pants golfer. 150, 144, we got a wind going with us and to the right a little bit. Let's compensate for that, hook it back a touch. Maybe. It could be that one. Was that Windows or was it on DOS still? The dude lived in a log cabin in the middle of the woods. And we would go out there and hang out. Like my dad would go hang out with him and we would just like play golf on his computer. 36. Oh, that hill's going to the right. Didn't realize. Rolled me right off. Oh, that is a steep slope on the green there. Do I need to go this hard, you think? Or just this hard? Probably just this hard. And I'm not pitching wedging from there. I'm going to use my putter. Not enough. I should have cranked it harder. That is a really steep slope. Gonna have to tap out? Alright. It'd be nice to get some proper sleep today. Alright, thanks for hanging out, James. Glad you stopped by. I'm glad we could finish up Mickey. And then Dragon Egg was a cute little surprise, so glad we got that done too. So, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. I will see you around Twitch soon. Have a good sleep. I'm probably going to Wario it up here in just a minute. Tap it in. Got a bogey. So I think I'm just doing stroke play anyway. I'm not like in a tournament or anything. Oh, it gives you a little password to come back to it too. That's cool. Yeah, it was just stroke play, so it was just normal practice basically. We talking about practice? No problem. Thanks for hanging out, James. We'll see you soon. Have a good night. I'm gonna turn this one off. I'm gonna turn this on while I grab this other game. Grab this cover art. What are you up to today, Shrap, other than having a headache? Think I'm good with that. Move this over here on the screen. all this stuff. Change this cover art to the proper one. Show me some Wario. Wario! I think that's good. Save that. Turn monitor back on here. Pause that music. Unpause the game. I wish my game window was a slightly smaller. Just a little bit smaller than it was. Because it covers up the chat just the tiniest bit. I wonder if I can move that down. Nah. I just look over here. I evolve into one of those headaches that stop me from doing anything. If not, probably play more Mahjong to learn. Nice. You're playing on a certain website, I heard you telling Chalk. That helps you learn, or is it just like there are some beginners and people help each other learn? I'm Wario. I'm gonna win. Virtual Boy Wario Land. Here we go. Too bad James isn't here for 3D mode for this sucker. Look at that. For the VOD. James in VOD world tomorrow. This is for you. Put on those 3D glasses and check this shit out. We gotta go back to the beginning for that. Here you go. James, this is for you. Whoa! He came flying in there. And then here he comes in his little plane. There you go. And you'll have to let me know if the 3D is better, if it's a little tighter on this one, so it's more uniform and better all around, and the golf was just a shitty game. Let me know. Back to black and white mode. It's a web client, but you're playing fan Mahjong on Famicom. Ah, okay. I'll have to check that one out. I don't know the first thing about actual Mahjong. I only know Mahjong Solitaire. Oh, I already played a little bit of this, right, but I'm going to start over. Data clear, here we go. Starting fresh. Here we go. What's Wario doing? He's sleeping? I'm not gonna win. So, Caffeine Daydream finished up Holy Diver tonight. And it did not make me want to go back and play it. I was just like, hell yeah. I'm sure that feels good for him. Can I move yet? No, this is a cutscene. Just watch it. Alright. So we got these little spike-nosed, I'm assuming they're like the little ghost dealies. They have the little shields in front of them. They're stealing some gold. Ten different items around this door. Yep, exactly. Okay, so I was just looking at that. There's 10 of those. I'm assuming sort of like the Mario Land Golden Coins situation where you have to go through and collect all those again. I'm assuming is the point here. Oh, and there's a time limit. This is a time limit game. 20 minutes. That jumps. Holding X for my controller. Does the little boost dealy. Okay. Does Y do anything? Does B do anything? Do the shoulder buttons do anything? Shoulder button runs. Right shoulder button. Left shoulder button runs too. How many buttons did this have again? It had like 2 D-pads or something. This was a weird controller. Let's see. Yeah, 2 D-pads. Up, down, left, right over here. Right D-pad I have set up for my right stick. Left, right. Left button. Right shoulder button. A button, B button. Start, select. Okay. Yeah, it's such a weird controller. But that doesn't, like you said, it doesn't begin to describe it. What is even the switch on the middle and in the front, on the face of it? So you had a start and select button that were the same roundness and shape and size as the A and B buttons on the other side. They were just mirrored. So you had the, yeah, I don't know, it's a weird controller. And then it had shoulder buttons. Whoa, okay. I'm going to do this a couple times when I find stuff like this. James, in Vodland, this is for you. Whoa! Whoa! Alright. Wonder if it was like turbo or something. My only experience with this was the display model at Toys R Us. When other kids weren't putting their filthy faces on it, I would put my filthy face on it. Is that gonna fall in? Figured that bridge was gonna fall in on me. Can I get on top there? I can't. Nothing up above there though. So that's fine. Did you ever play this one? Or any Virtual Boy stuff much, Strap? When I have the spiked hat, I can do the butt bounce. What's that coin for up there? Oh. I can play like some basketball. Toss the enemies in there. I need to get more enemies for that. I want more coins from there. Show me the enemies. Alright. I think they're all dead. I don't think they're gonna respawn. That's a shame. I wish I would have known that. I wish I would not have fallen in there. Glad that was there, but it's not the spiked helmet one. He does a belly bounce like this though. Oh, Andy. There's another enemy though. Can I grab him when I'm small? Damn. Just play a bit of it every now and then. It's fun in Emulator. The games aren't half bad. It was the console itself. Yeah. Like when it's in 2D mode like this, there's really no problem with it. I was mentioning earlier, I think it's funny how all the games have those warnings at the beginning where, one, it tells you whatever about like getting headaches and shit, I think. But then there's also the built-in feature where it auto pauses and shit. Like at the beginning of the games, it has the option. It's like, do you want to do auto save it's like every 15 or 20 minutes or something? Because the hardware devs knew that this shit was gonna mess with people's eyes. They're like, we really fucked up, but we're too late into this, so just run with it and warn people and tell them to take breaks. Probably. I don't doubt that. I think I got all the enemies I can there. Butt bounce. Butt bounce! I'll save that. I was trying to see if I could like rush at him and hit him with my shoulder charge, but that did not seem to work. The run button are the shoulder buttons, and so that's a little weird to me, but I'll get used to it. The charge button, like the attack charge, is I have it mapped to X. But the actual run button is the shoulder buttons. Go get some coins. Bring all the enemies back here, get some coins. Yeah, come here, little froggy with chicken legs for horns or whatever is going on with that whole situation. Give me all that sweet money. What's interesting about this game is like this to take, I guess, advantage of the 3D effects. They do this depth effect. So the game takes place on two different planes. Is there a spiked helmet over here? I could use one to get in that block over there. There's a door here. Hello, kitty. Oh, that was one of those 10 items that I needed, right? Okay, cool. So I gotta keep an eye out for those. They're probably hidden. Grab the key. Give me spiked helmet, please. I wonder if I can run across that in classic Mario style. I can. Of course I can. What is this? Doesn't that seem like that should break or something? Maybe the belly bounce doesn't do it. Maybe you need the butt bounce. There we go. That'll let me do the butt bounce. Let's go check out the butt bounce up here. No, it doesn't do anything. I'd think it would, but it doesn't. It's fine. It's just curious, really. Do I waste my time taking this back to get more coins? I don't know what the coins are for. I've got 274 of them, though. But that's pretty far back to go throw him into a cloud. You know what? I'll do it. Fuck it. Oh, I don't know if I can... Nope, I can't. Okay. But can I throw him over there? Nope. Tossed him right in the lava. That's fine. Yeah, give me that spring. Give me all the money. There's my return trip right there. Cool, cool. Head on back. What is this? Oh, I needed the key to the lift. Here we go. Games? Life game, money game. I don't know, life game? Shit, how much do I want to bet? 100, I guess? What do I need to do? Oh, I need to spring across. I see. And try not to hit Andy bats. Interesting little minigame. 28, did that do anything for me? Did I win? I have 91 hearts now. Okay. But I spent 100 coins. What does that mean? Why? I didn't bet that. It's like, how much would you like to spend on hearts? Of course I'm going to choose 100. I don't know what the others are, but... What is this? 3 coins, 6 coins, 10 coins. I'm playing 4 coins to win coins? I don't know. Oh, I spent all my coins. Shit. Is this completely random? 3. Damn. Alright, chat. Thanks for stopping by, man. I will see you soon. Have a good day. Hopefully you get done what you need to get done. And hopefully your headache goes away. At least a little bit. What is happening here? Oh, I see. It's up there. I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing until I either run out like that or I won something. But so we got the kitty. There were 13 items, I guess. 10. Okay. Oh, look at that map. Stage 1 of 14. Okay, this is gonna be a while. This is gonna be a multiple streamer. We're just sort of testing it right now, but I can come back to this next time. This is fun so far. Play a little bit longer. What are we at here? 1:45. Oh, I hurt my bum. I might actually just call it here. And we'll come back to this next stream. Because this seems pretty fun. But I also, it's getting late and I'm also hungry. I could go for some food. So I might do that. Let me just pause it here. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna come back to this one next stream. So we beat Mickey in Tokyo Disneyland tonight. We started and finished Dragonland tonight, and then we started. Well, we played some golf, Virtual Boy Golf. That was pretty neat, and then started on Virtual Boy Wario Land. So. Give me just a second here. And I want to see who might be online for us to go visit. Whoops, wrong screen there. Here we go. Pro streamer. Let's see who's online. Shovel Knight. Dr. O, I just raided him recently. We got Upside Down Matt. There's that gamer chick. Proto Shield. Let's go see what Proto Shield 15 is up to. So Go rate them. Alright, thanks for hanging out tonight, everyone. Good to see everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the support. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you around Twitch soon. If you're still hanging out, if you're around, let's go show Proto Shield some love. Looks like they're playing Axiom Verge 2. So, see you over there. I'll see you around the Twitches. Take care of yourself. I will see you soon. Bye.